Hello, this is David E. from Larkin. I'm here again to play Skyrim. I'm planning to play today from now until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. In deference to the heat wave, which is suffocating Tompkins County at this moment, I've removed my cold weather garment, which you saw yesterday, and I am without a shirt once more. When the cold comes back, my shirt will come back too, I'm sure. It's sufficiently cooled down. My alternative appearance, I'll be braced for that transition when it comes. It won't take you completely by surprise. Now, I'm going to start with the reading, of course, and we're on Solstheim, the island, looking around for giant stones to somehow dismantle with our Bend Will shout, liberating the misguided worshippers from their thrall, and sending them about their normal secular business. As I hypothesize, these stones will somehow represent a trading partner, say spirituality or his church, who is more or less satisfactory. It's not entirely clear which it is. One faction wants more, another faction wants less. This trading partner and his limbic position, as I will call it, and it diverges from the limbic position promoted by the establishment, that is, the elders of this island. And you may be sure that it's primarily pursued by the more flexible type, that is, say, the young people. So these stones might be connected to a new source of food at war with the current source, which is favored by the establishment. Each source of food has some kind of church associated with it to lower the shipping costs. So we could be fighting over England or over any place which needs to import food from various places. And every source has got some kind of religious procedure to spiritually connect the inhabitants of our locality with this remote place and to lower the shipping cost. And as the food sources are exhausted and new sources rise, we have to change our spirituality to keep the food prices down. So I hypothesized according to the model I expressed in the guides folder on Google Drive. Now today's reading is going to discuss that a bit and some religious strife. In particular, the reclamations, which I'm going to read first, followed by the tale of Josera. And I know that I'll continue the adventure. So begin with this one. The Reclamation, the Fall of the Tribunal and the Rise of the New Temple, by Thara of Rihad. The destruction of Vivek City and the subsequent eruption of Red Mountain in the Fourth Era, the fifth year, was not just a crisis in terms of the physical destruction it caused. I'll stop for a moment. Now, this Red Mountain erupting is probably really the exhaustion of the old source of food. It is in some field of, say, agriculture, which gets tapped out and no longer produces a former yield. And we metaphorically describe that as a volcanic eruption. It really is the land getting destroyed by exhaustive agriculture. And therefore, according to the usual calculus, we have to shift our to a new source of food, and some previous wilderness, the previously undeveloped wilderness, now steps up and becomes heavily exploited and civilized. And the old religion associated with Red Mountain, or the old source, gets phased out. The new religion associated with this wilderness gets phased in. And this new church then, which arises, maybe sharing some space with the old church, will connect us to the new raw material. In the old raw material, Red Mountain, it might move from hard power, according to my discussion of foreign war, to soft power. And instead of supplying the raw material, they could teach people what to do with this raw material using their experience in this field. And so they sort of move upstairs, no longer considered, say, secular ruler, but they can become religious, no longer have hard power, but say soft power, or academic perhaps. Instead of providing the physical stuff, they teach people what to do with it. Maybe provide high-level production for this physical stuff when it gets moved in. And that is the trajectory you might expect, given our knowledge of this phenomenon in general, and the introductory fact, this physical devastation of a place which is clearly associated with the exhaustion of the food in that place. So, I say this not unforewarned, because I've read ahead, but I'm going to brace you all for what we can expect, what our model might lead us to predict. I'll start again from the beginning. The destruction of Vivek City and the subsequent eruption of Red Mountain in the Fourth Era, Year 5, well, not just a crisis in terms of the physical destruction it caused. It also got deeply into the ancient religious beliefs of the Dunmer. The fall of the Ministry of Truth, the last straw, and the tottering support for the temple's worship of Almalexia, Sotasil, and Vivek, with all three of the tribunes now widely believed dead or disappeared. What had been a simmering schism within the ranks of the temple priesthood burst into the open. Now, our present experience in this island is clearly in schism mode. We have this war over the new stone. That's the new religion trying to get in. And the establishment of the elders has enlisted us to push it out. In this story here, the stones got in, and the elders got pushed out. Here we're trying to prevent the story from happening again. That's obvious. We're taking the side of the old guard. I resume. While outsiders may never know the full tale of this internal struggle, when the smoke cleared a few years later, the former dissident priests, that's the stone people now, were in full control of the temple hierarchy, with tribunal loyalists either purged or recanted. That would be our employer, the elders. The so-called New Temple now declared the worship of the tribunes a result of misguided teaching, blaming the mistakes on the former tribunal, our employers. The temple now taught that the deities venerated by the Aslander tribes, Azura, Mafala, and Boeotia, were the true way and should be revered by the Dunmer people. That would be the new cults worshipping the stone, these new gods. Fittingly, the deities were named in the reclamation, as they were reclaiming their status from the tribunal. Maybe some ancient history says we once worshipped them, we lost our way, and now we're coming back. This is probably made up. In an elegant compromise, no doubt intended to reconcile the large majority of the temple priesthood, who are neither dissidents nor fanatical tribunal loyalists, Almalexius, Sothil, and Vivek were relegated to the status of saints, a traditional way to venerate the most honored Dunmer ancestor. This apparently satisfied enough of the existing priesthood that the new temple was able to maintain at least a semblance of outward continuity. The rise of the new temple almost completely vindicated the previously persecuted Aslanders, who had continued to worship the three deities throughout the tribunal's rule. The Aslanders are now lauded as the keepers of the old ways and having a true vision. It is now quite common for many of the Dunmer people to make the arduous pilgrimages into the Asher ways to seek the counsel of the wise women. These women have supposedly opened the eyes of those who they claim were blinded by the tribunal, and directly connect the eruption of the Red Mountain and the Argonian invasion to the anger of the three deities. House Indril, whose forces were so entwined with the tribunal temple, suffered greatly from its fall. While House Indril still technically exists, the priests of the temple are not considered one and the same with House Indril. Those who become priests are now considered to have joined Indril. The political power of the Indril has thus passed entirely into the hands of the temple, although members of the old House Indril are still overrepresented in the priesthood. The rise of the new temple has a number of interesting parallels with the rise of House Redoran, each filled the vacuum of power resulting in the crisis of Red Year. How durable these new arrangements will prove, religious and political, remains to be seen. The span of 2 centuries is quite brief in the long history of the ancient Dunmer people. And so, why did Red Mountain get destroyed? Because they annoyed the true gods, the gods of the wilderness they switched to. And that's obviously a fanciful story. Now, we're going to move this way. The next one is The Tale of Drozira. The Tale of Drozira, transcription and commentary by Sonia Vett. The following is a tale overheard. Now, we are sensitive to marginalized religions now, because it turned out the one we disregarded was the one true way. And so we're going to consider another one. The religion of the Khajiit, currently marginal, but who knows, they become big. We don't really know. The question is, were they once civilized and was their land tapped out or not? If they were, then this is the misfire. There's no way it's coming back. If they never were, it could come back. I mean, it could appear. It could actually appear for the first time and only time. It's always once only. And so we're feeling our way around this one, wondering if maybe it's going to be the small thing that eventually becomes big. Or wondering if maybe we shouldn't double cross it too much in case it becomes big. I think it's probably safe because it's probably safe to double cross it because these guys were big and they lost it. And now there's definitely no more food and it's never coming back. But we're not entirely sure of our way, so we're just going to feel our way around. Now, I begin. The following is a tale overheard, as told by a Khajiit father to his cub, while making camp one of their caravans. I have attempted to transcribe it as he told it, for the Khajiit did not often speak of their history to outsiders. In truth, I do not believe he would have spoken at all, for his vast helping of moon sugar he had consumed that night. Come and warm your fur by the fire, Marashir, and I'll tell you how Drozira came to be the greatest of all Khajiit. Editor's note. Your Zero I took in this case to be an honored ancestor. The ancient Khajiit heard the great roar of Al-Khas, the great cat king of time. Editor's note. Known as Aktosh in the Empire and Alduin in Skyrim, and raced to avoid. In 3 days' time, they crossed the whole of Tamriel, resting not even for the moon sugar, for such was the speed of the Khajiit then. They joined with the pride of Al-Kosh and were the strongest warriors. Lorkhat, editor's note, shore in the north, however, chose to give his reward to the Ra Wolfhar, who spite the Khajiit warriors, for he was jealous of their devotion to Al-Kosh. Seeing the ferocity of the Khajiit warriors, Ra Wolfhar could not bring himself to put them to death. Using the roar the Lorkhat had given him, he spoke to the Master and Segunda to move to their fullness in the sky. The Khajiit warriors became sentient, but Lorkhat stripped from them all reason. When Ra Wolfhar returned to think of Svang into the Red Mountain, he called upon his people to aid him. Jozera was the only one among the Rojiets who still remembered, and so the only one who answered the summon. But these Nord bards are expletive removed, and do not sing of how the great Ash King rode Jozera off the Red Mountain itself to strike at the heart of the Dummer, never to mention how Jozera pounced out Dumalakath, the dwarf orc, when he had his blade to the throat of the Ash King so he could not speak. Nor do they sing of how Lorkhat returned Jozera from the land of Shagora for his bravery and for saving the Ash King. So when you find a bard who speaks ill of the Khajiit, you be sure to leave him an iron claw in the back to remind him who saved Skyrim. After the rest of Rojit, they grew small and lost their cunning altogether. Which is why you should not hesitate to strike them down when they approach the wagon. So it was told by my father, and so I tell it now to you. Now be a good cub and go fetch me some more moon sugar for these sweet cakes. Much of the tale seemed to me a little more than a boast, but certain facts do seem to line up with what we believe is the truth behind the legend. It does raise questions as to why we do not know more about history of the Khajiit and what parts they have played that might not have been recorded by our written histories. So, that's how tolerant we are. That's how we hedge our bets about these new religions which could become big, and they might not. And who knows? The thing is actually maybe burned out in the heartland, but they get into some wilderness, which actually does have food. It becomes some form of it could become the dominant religion there, even though it might be coded up a little hard to tell. And if we alienate the motherland, we also alienate this frontier. And the motherland doesn't have anything, but the frontier does. And so we have to tread carefully. Until Khajiit wilderness. You have to take this so seriously. Even though the heartland has got nothing, the wilderness has something. So, and new people might not be so new. You mess with the old, we'll be messing with the new. We have to be careful. Now I'm ready to start. I'm going to start I'm soul time. I'm going south to this water stone it might be. I'm going to purge it and save the land for the elders and the old food supply. I seem to be conservative in this game. A tendency to be conservative, so I'm just going to do it. I'm here. Your stone is here, which I haven't quite liberated yet. Actually, before I do that, let's summon some backup.
That boy, remember.
don't know how that happened. God.
Boy.
That was extremely dangerous. It could be that religious change favors a model of the world in which there's heavy differential between the quality of exploited and unexploited land. That is to say, if we made a change, we can get a huge improvement in quality because some land is very good and some land is very bad. But the land tends to be equal. We're going to equal in quality, say if it's all exploited. Say everything attainable at the moment has been exploited. So it's fairly equal. At that point, we're going to favor change so much. Wherever we go, it's not going to be very different from where we are. But in the attainable spirit, some has been exploited, some hasn't been. We are going to favor change heavily. Because by doing so, we could greatly increase the quality of our food. And so the second epic, its favorite change, because the Western Hemisphere has had vast tracts of completely unexploited land, but the third epic is not going to favor change because all the land has been exploited and there isn't a huge quality differential. So we would tendency to leave it all in cultivation because it's all producing something, and that's about all there ever is. And so we're just going to not favor a huge change in existing arrangement. We tend to leave things as they are. So the old wave is progressive, but the new wave is probably conservative, I would guess. Now, we just liberated this stone, the Earth Stone. Hit the side we're going to go now. I suppose this to the south. We'll try the wreck of the Strident Squall. So the game could be right, decide the young people are kind of wrong. That could be the future. The young people were right, but they're not wrong. I see I'm in this place. I'm going to try this. See if there's anything here of interest. This 2 is not much. Or maybe there's something here. So in general, given our current context, if we make some great effort to greatly improve trade with some region, expecting it to give us a lot of food to pay us for our trouble, it's going to turn out, because it's been deeply worked already, the food is not going to be there. It's just not going to be what it would have been in the past when it might have been completely unexploited. And so the change is going to pay less than formerly. Maybe not enough to cover its cost. So in general, we're not going to make the change. Before we would have, now we don't. In a way, I think that'll become more static. We're just going to see a much more conservative religious and political structure based on a kind of a static food map, not subject to great alteration. Temple. I'm just gonna move. What I need to do is get beyond this wall so I can visit this shipwreck here. I'll just do it this way. Given the stuff, the physical situation is kind of static, we're gonna have to look for new, I don't know, maybe new intellectual results, something that gets into space in particular, that needs intellectual work. If we get space is seriously colonized, then we could open up new physical fields and go back to the progressive model. But that's gonna take intellectual work. So you might physically dig in and try to start an intellectual wave. Kind of like antiquity. Israel, Greece, and Rome. Maybe not distinguished for physical progress, since the old world was known already by the Egyptians in particular, and the Nubians and the Neanderthals. They were noted for intellectual development, and this coming third epic might try to do the same. Become noted for intellectual rather than physical expansion. All right. I'm a little distracted here. I'm going to try to stop talking and concentrate more on the game.
know what you are to kill me.
Part of the problem with intellectual change is that the limitations of our current human community tend to imply that we do not greatly improve on existing results under any inducement. We're much better at improving physically. So intellectual change is often a matter of popularizing old results rather than actually coming up with new ones. And much of apparent progress in antiquity, for example, could be merely a popularization of Egyptian and earlier results. And in that sense, the progress might not have been very real. Probably the freedom of a non-subsidized intellectual worker is 0F, as I said. And non-subsidized physical worker is at 1F. He's much more effective. They're much more likely to do something interesting. Alright.
I don't suppose I live to serve.
For some reason, I'm always caring too much.
Butler's work is never done.
Men, an invader has entered the fort. Prepare yourself for an ambush. Fort Frostmoth will never fall. Long live the Empire!
I don't plan on being killed by the likes of you.
Alright. I guess there's a place that we can go in here. I'll just see if there's something lying around worth taking. Required a key. I don't have any keys. Nothing that fits. No, this one works. The question of whether I have advantages, intellectual advantages equal in significance to a subsidy. I argue that I do not, because my advantages are personal or supernatural, meaning they're not subject to natural elite market mechanics. I apply my personal and supernatural advantages without reference to the ideas or wishes of others, because I'm not subject to natural elite market mechanics. Therefore, I have no way constraints to support the establishment or existing wisdom, the equivalent of freedom of speech and freedom of action, meaning I can indeed come up with, in particular, a new intellectual result. And I'm in no way for doing that. By the advantages which I do possess. None of them at all related to the natural elite market, which I'm clearly not allowed into, is correct. Would admission to this... I don't know what that was. Would admission into this natural elite market constrain me? Yes, I probably would be constrained. I couldn't be as radical. But if our founder of the Constitution governing this elite market, say it agreed more or less all the wisdom I had expressed up to that point, that even if my views changed subsequently, they might not change very much, and I could avoid differing with the establishment very much. Through the course of the age. The course of the age is right. And then when it comes time to express a new view, I'll do so when the flexibility exists, presumably with the unraveling of civilization, and my consequent expulsion from the elite market, because the elite market would cease to exist. In some sense, it just would. But the existing structure I've expressed that it'd be good enough to persist without very much alteration until the colonization of another solar system far in the future. So, a break with tradition like what we've seen would be extremely distant. Epics in epic sense. So a total breakdown, like what we've experienced, might to deny me in particular access to the elite market. So I can completely revise things, or some equivalent person doing something equivalent. That might be extremely far off. It's far off at the colonization of this new solar system, which is where my map kind of does end. So that's quite a great deal of relief and stability from the conditions we've recently experienced. Ildari Journal, Day 32. It's been almost a month since unearthing the crypt at Fort Frostmoth, and I haven't seen a single spark of life in the general's remains. Crafting the Hearthstone to the subject is proving much more difficult than I originally anticipated. Grafting the Hearthstone to the subject is proving much more difficult than I originally anticipated. I used almost every method I could think of, and still there's no sign of reanimation. At this rate, it'll be years before I make any progress. Which is time I just can't afford right now. We just can't afford right now. If my vengeance to come to fruition, I need results. If not, I may need to resort to more drastic measures. Day 47. It finally appears that I'm making some progress. After my latest experiment, General carries his eyes briefly open and he moved his arm. It lasts for less than a few moments, but it's the first sign of progress I've seen since I arrived here. A few of my sisters were insisting that I was imagining things, but I dismissed them for their insolence. They won't be bothering anyone ever again. Day 55. General Karras awoke fully today. He bolted up right after my incantation and began staggering around like a blind man. He seemed to ignore my commands, and in fact, hearing my voice seemed to increase his hostility. I was able to remove the hearthstone before he became violent, but this isn't the result I expected. Even though he's able to be awakened, I feel as though the real work has just begun. Day 59. The general is still unwilling to listen to my command. He's acting increasingly paranoid and appears to have his own free will. He's convinced that I am a spy or the enemy, and I've had to restrain and prevent him from outright attacking me. This is becoming intolerable. I begin to wonder if someone with a hearthstone can be commanded at all. If my experience with General Karras fail, I may have to resort to self-experimentation that I have been avoiding for a long time. And that's the end.
Oh, I live to serve.
I see this guy reaching the weight limit.
I'll be going now.
We will have to be picky about what we take now. Alright. The Fort Frostmoth key opened that.
I've got a bad feeling about this.
I see.
That's the General, False Carius, the subject of the reanimation experiments. Before us now, General False Carius. He's got a hearthstone grafted in, I think. Kind of like the Cowardly Lion in The Wizard of Oz, maybe. We've got a note. This is it. This is the third letter I have attempted to send to the Imperial Council in Cyberdome regarding the matter surrounding the threat to Fort Frostma. A sizable Dark Elf force has established a strong... A sizable Dark Elf force has established a stronghold on the southwestern portion of Solstheim. I give them ample opportunity to surrender, but all attempts to communicate with them have met with conflict. I will continue to do whatever is necessary to ensure the safety of Fort Frostma and rid Solstheim of these invaders, so I receive orders stating otherwise. General Falcarius, Garrison Commander, Fort Frostma. So, we need to bring this note to a guard in Raven Rock. That's the city to the north, I believe. Yeah, we cleared this place. They're ready to leave. I'm just gonna say it. I have to go here. The wreck of the Stride and a Squall. The problem facing the ruling class, or everybody really, is especially stable periods with flat population growth, where things get very comfortable. And the problem is getting people to work, so how to do something productive. And generally when the organism is not challenged, It does not manifest creativity. It does not solve problems. It does not find solutions. And it does not generate products of interest to business. When the organism is challenged, it does do all of those things with some kind of problem. It finds a solution. It solves problems. It develops products of interest to business. And so business is powered up by problems, in particular by novel problems which haven't been solved before, requires the affected organism, say people, to work to find a solution. And if the problem itself is sort of fake or artificial, solution, whatever it is, when we find it, might have some kind of general application to reasonable, normal existence. And so to get the solution uncovered, to get people to work, we kind of invent fake problems and so make people work on them. These fake problems can be posed with, say, school, but it can also be posed with something like a war, a military conflict. People are somehow attacked, and they have to fight off the attack by solving problems. Even the attack is kind of fake. It gets real problem solving done, and something of actual interest to business and therefore prosperity may, as a consequence, happen. Without the attack, the problem is not addressed, the work does not happen, the solution does not appear, there's no product, there's no trade, there's no business, there's no prosperity, and there's no money. And so, by asking for money for our war, permission to create problems where there really aren't any, by starting a lot of meaningless attacks, and basically unoffending people, really asking for permission to start problems. If we start problems, we'll find solutions, and we'll find the wealth, and all that money somehow gets paid back. In unstable periods like now, nature is so challenging that we don't want any artificial problems. We've got enough real ones, and so this military thing becomes a lot less popular. It applies especially during the English period, during the time of population decline, but also during the Chinese period, when the population is growing. The natural problem is sufficiently profound that no one wants anything added on by artifice. That includes the military, and also things like school. Or work, in a sense you have to do the will of some employer or be fired. Capitalism. That's really dealing with some kind of man-made rather than a real problem. And it's like the military in the sense that it makes you labor when you don't really need to generate something of value, which might apply where there is a need. Somewhere else, presumably. It's how we get something out of you when you're not sufficiently challenged by nature. Things like business and war and school to make you work when you don't really need to. And store it up or send it somewhere where it does apply. None of that is very popular when nature, as I said, is challenging. In particular when the population is shrinking or growing. It all just falls out of favor. But it comes back. Flat population returns, and when it does, this stuff comes back.
shout. Over here.
I would point out the high-level problems, say the problems of marriage or business, are considered difficult, natural and difficult, even when the population is stable. And if one can somehow demonstrate, even during a time of stable population, that one is seriously interested and naturally motivated by marriage or business, one actually works and invests to make that work, then one can be exempted from make work. One is naturally sufficiently challenged, and one doesn't have to engage in, say, military or academic or conscripted business requirements problems, because one is sufficiently challenged by the natural difficulty, the higher problem and the higher mechanics, which are never easy, even when conditions are at their most supportive. That's something like the establishment exemption from, say, the military or conscripted business or religion or various other ways of make work happen. If you can prove you're somehow married or engaged in business in a meaningful way, you don't have to do any of that. You're in fact entitled to something like a subsidy, indulgence, including particular forgiveness for all those requirements, because you're supposed to be naturally challenged sufficiently by the higher problems and the higher mechanics, which never ever permit an easy solution. But you have to prove that your marriage or business is real for that to work. Real and ongoing and receiving suitable investment.
Got your back. How can I serve you, my thing? Let's get going then.
Of course, American business can collapse despite one's best efforts. And one, in fact, might be paid to work on something that turned out to be nothing. And it's a common cheating device. You somehow pick a problem which is too hard for anyone to solve, and then you don't have to work at all, and when it fails because it was too hard for anyone to solve, it's not your fault, and you get paid anyway. And so realistically, we want to fund marriage and business proposals which are solvable, not too hard. So there's some chance the work will actually get done, and someone will actually care about success. And we're not paying for nothing. Alright, what is the next step? It'll never be easy. We don't have to worry about that. We have to worry about too hard, meaning nothing gets done. And it collapses, that's not a surprise, and it's not the person's fault. We just assume he labored like a hero, got nothing because it was too hard. Then he collects full pay with honor. That's just a cheating device. To be fundable, the problem should be solvable. According to known understanding of the mechanics. According to good known models of the mechanics. the too hard issue also applies to make work, like the military or school. If there's a fancy problem with too hard, then nothing gets done, and the threatened attack, whatever we use to goad him into working, because he presumably made a reasonable effort and failed because of difficulty, we can't hit him with a threatened attack. He did what we're supposed to do. His pay is not getting attacked, and we have to actually not attack him. That's the cheating, the equivalent of cheating at the make work spear. Artificial problem to leave alone because it was somehow too hard. We can only extort reasonable make work for people, not credible stuff. They're supposed to save the city by building a super bomb, and the super bomb is too hard. We can't punish him for not building it by somehow destroying his city. We have to leave him alone because he tried. In practice, we're only going to destroy a city if the bomb was somehow buildable. Not too difficult, and he didn't do it under those circumstances. That's when he gets hit by the actual punishment. He somehow proved he should have done the work and didn't. Then we can launch our attack, not otherwise. Or we need some super resolve to save his business. Something similar. Some super product, the next big thing. So we can go on surviving. Take some employee. All we want to do is survive. We're going to threaten to kill him somehow if he doesn't come up with the next big thing. And if he doesn't do it, we have to let him live, so sure, we're going to have to worry. The next big thing turned out to be too difficult. Somehow harass him. Probably can't kill him, we're going to somehow harass him. It's scary, maybe. Launching our military style stuff at him. Challenge his survival project. He didn't solve his artificial problem. Fire him. This guy keeps appearing to steal my souls.
I will never
Came a long way to build
Alright. I could visit this bear, but instead I think I'm gonna go north. I'm gonna sell some stuff at the shops here and inspect the area. I should also bring a note to a guard in Raven Rock. That's here, so I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna find a guard, and I'm gonna find a shop. I don't see any shops here.
Excuse me, but the temple is for followers of our faith alone. Outsiders aren't welcome.
Galisati wants you to try his new drink.
Get that vile liquid away from me. Non-believers are never welcome here.
Probably some deal where they'll leave him alone if he doesn't evangelize. Gets that much acceptance. His region is presumably that profitable, that productive.
Squatting isn't tolerated in the abandoned buildings. If you need a place to stay, head to the Corner Club.
Some information about Fort Frostmoth.
You should bring this information to Captain Veleth as soon as possible.
Now bring it to Captain Veleth. Here.
Modin Veleth, Captain of the Redoran Guard, at your service.
I think I solved your asphalt problems.
Excuse me? How can you be so certain?
I found this letter.
Let me see that. Judging from these writings, General Curious is under the impression that the fort was still active as it was 200 years ago. And what turned him into one of the undead appears to remain a mystery for now.
He's no longer commanding the Ashbone.
Then Raven Rock will no longer be attacked by those creatures. Councillor Morvain was offering quite a bounty for assistance with this matter. I'd say you've more than earned it.
Now inspect the area here. So we'll just head west for that one.
Headed east. May want to give the town a quicker.
This is a notebook. Finding naturally occurring raw pieces of a suitable size and shape is unlikely. Perhaps there are some alternative methods I've not yet I quickly discovered grinding with traditional methods is nearly impossible, but this material fascinates me. I've determined to incorporate it into my work. Shattering large chunks with the application of violent force after repeated bouts of extreme heating and cooling, no magical method that is most viable. You have far more material to select from. In addition, the shards are more regular in shape than debris left by a pickaxe. The amount of waste is disappointing, but the cost may be offset. Further shaping by using a second appropriately sized piece of style rim yields a particularly satisfactory result. The product is quite rough and sort of naturalistic appeal to few. Setting quicksilver with a traditional Nordic motif. Perfection. With a bit of hired help, I have adequate material to reproduce the design and distribute to the mainland. I'll finally make a name for myself. So, I'm supposed to make a piece of Nordic jewelry. Out of forge. Alright, I'm going to try to spend the night at an inn. Yeah, that'll be this one. The Retching Netch. In the morning, I'll head out to the next quest arrow. Maybe there's a forge in here.
I said to leave me be.
Cretius, last time you explored the mine, you almost fell to your death. I'm not spending the rest of my days as a widow.
And I'm telling you that I'll do whatever it takes to find my great-grandfather's remains. He's down here. I can feel it.
That was almost 2 centuries ago. There may be nothing left to find.
Just let me go, woman.
Cretius, you're an obstinate old fool, and you're going to get yourself killed. Apologies for Cretius's ravings.
Gilder Strategy wants you to try his new drink.
Oh, that sounds lovely. Thank you.
What were you arguing with Cretius about?
That foolish old man thinks he's 30 years younger than he is. He's going to get himself killed traipsing around the mine.
Why is he exploring the mine?
He's convinced himself that there's some sort of conspiracy involving the East Empire Company and the mine's closure. He came across some old letters that belonged to his great-grandfather in our house, and he believes every word written in them.
What did the letters say?
Cretius's great-grandfather worked for the East Empire Company. The letters mention some sort of discovery he was sent to investigate. There's really nothing remarkable in the letters. I don't know what he's so excited about.
Who was Cretius's great-grandfather?
Gratian Corellius. He was an explorer for the East Empire Company. They'd send him all over Tamriel when they had difficulties in a mining operation. Poor man. Can you imagine doing all that dangerous work just to end up dying at your own doorstep?
What happened to him?
It was a horrible accident, and he was killed when one of the tunnels collapsed. They were never even able to go down there and recover the body. The East Empire Company sealed that section off to prevent any more tragedies. Cretius is convinced it's a story cooked up by the company to cover up something else, but I don't know.
You don't agree with Cretius?
My beloved is almost 80 years old, and I think the shock of finding one of his ancestors' things has left his mind a bit confused. I love him dearly, and I support everything he does. But I can't let him chase this silly idea, or he may end up joining Gratian in a rocky grave.
How did you meet Cretius?
To understand how we met one another, you have to appreciate what he's going through. Cretius is a third-generation miner. All his life, he's lived and breathed nothing else. By the time Cretius came of age, the ebony mine in Raven Rock was shut down. He took that quite hard.
Why didn't he move somewhere else to find work?
Our home has been in his family for over 200 years. Leaving would have been like abandoning precious memories. Instead, he stayed on Solstheim and spent most of his life prospecting for a new ebony source. Sadly, it never surfaced. A decade ago, this drove him into a deep depression. He shut himself inside his home and refused to come out.
This is where you met.
It was. After refusing to allow anyone to bring him food, Counselor Morvain ordered his door to be knocked down before Cretius starved to death. I was a temple priest at the time, and they had me use my healing arts to restore strength to his ailing body. I stayed for a while and cared for him, then I suppose we fell in love.
You're a priest at the temple.
Far from it. In fact, I'm no longer welcome there.
Why?
In all honesty, it came down to a disagreement between what I believe and what Elder Othraloth believes. I'd prefer not to get into the details, but let's just say our opinions about the current status of the tribunal vary widely. Be careful out there.
She somehow picked the wrong side of the tribunal religious dispute, got kicked out.
Apologies for Cretius's ravings.
Apparently.
Who in the blazes are you? Can't you see I'm busy?
Probably a story commonly told accurately and inaccurately. You're not his business application.
Apologies for Cretius's ravings.
Who in the blazes are you? Can't you see I'm busy?
Busy? Doing what?
Why should I tell you? I don't even know who you are.
Perhaps I could help.
Maybe. Been difficult trusting people lately. They think I'm crazy. But mark my words, these mines hold a secret that could put Raven Rock back on the map.
What sort of secret would be hidden here?
A secret the East Empire Company swept under the rug 2 centuries ago. It killed my great-grandfather and left Raven Rock with a worthless and tainted mine.
And the East Empire Company.
You never heard of them? They're the largest trading company in Tamriel, originally chartered by the Emperor of Cyrodiil himself.
Who was your great-grandfather?
Gratian Kyrelius. He spent his entire life exploring ancient ruins across Tamriel. And he died in these very mines almost 200 years ago.
How did he die?
The East Empire Company called it a terrible accident, claiming that he was lost in a rockfall. But I know better.
What's your proof?
My wife and I were cleaning out our home, and we came across some of my great-grandfather's things locked in an old chest. I found an unsent letter he'd written to the East Empire Company, and a key.
What did the letter say?
It describes a discovery that was made in the mine by some of the diggers. They wanted Gratian to take a closer look. The East Empire Company must have felt it was of great value, as they locked that section of the mine off from everyone else.
And the key to the locked section.
It is. Well, I assume it is. I haven't been able to find the entrance.
I admit this does sound suspicious.
Finally, someone who believes me. I'm telling you, there's something big down there. Something that the East Empire Company wanted to hide from everyone.
Why are you telling me all this?
Look, my wife nags that I'm too old to go traipsing around these mines chasing my story. Time's my enemy. It's caught up with me before I could find the answers that I'm looking for.
So, you do need my help.
I do. I want to know what happened to Gratian, and what the East Empire Company is keeping from all of us.
Any idea where to start?
Gratian kept a journal of notes about his discoveries. If you can find his remains, I'm hoping it will help. Here's everything I have. The letter, the key. Please, do this for me, so I can finally regain the respect that I've lost.
Gellert Sadri wanted you to try his new drink.
He's begging for patrons again, eh? Well, I suppose I could have just a bit.
Are you sure Gratina's death wasn't an accident?
Look, I know I don't have much to go on. I have that unsent letter, and that's really it. But I also have a miner's instinct that's run in my family from before Gratian was even born. I may sound like a crazy old man to you, but I'm telling you, the tunnels here are solid. They would never collapse like that.
Why were you arguing with Afia?
She thinks that old age is out of my mind, that I'm seeing things when there's nothing to be seen. I realize she cares about me, but she has to understand that I can't rest until I find out what happened to Gratian.
What if she's right and I don't find anything?
Then I'll settle down peacefully and never set foot in this mine again. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time, even before I discovered Gratian's old things. I just hope both of you don't mistake my enthusiasm for insanity. Be careful down there. The mine can be treacherous.
While you're leading Cretius on, I'll...
Good Tian, I'd appreciate it if you'd help us with the situation we've encountered in Raven Rock. It seems that the miner there has stumbled across some sort of ruin under the surface near shaft. Stumbled across some sort of ruin under the surface near shaft 3, and we need your expertise to take a look. I can send someone else if you're busy, but I figured you wanted to go since you recall you originally from Soul's time. Let us know if you make any progress. Rendella Standarian, East Empire Company, Imperial City, Cyrodiil. The final descent. I stumbled across Crestus Corellius inside of Raven Rock Mine. He's convinced that the remains of his great-grandfather, Gratian Corellius, are at the bottom of the mine that the East Empire Company has falsely designated his ancestor's death as an accident. He tasked me with exploring the mine on his behalf to locate the remains after discovering we killed Gratian Corellius. Objective: retrieve Gratian Corellius' journal.
Of the mine. I've never been able to get that far.
Well, what is down here? Actually, before I start this, I should spend the night at the inn.
Oh.
Damn it, woman. I said to leave me be. Who in the blazes are you? Can't you see I'm busy? Why should I tell you? I don't even know who you are. But mark my words. A secret? It killed my great-grandfather, Gratian Corellius. The East Empire. My what? I found an unsent. The East Empire Company must have felt. It is. Well, I'm telling you. Look, time's my enemy. I do. Gratian, here's everything I have. But he's begging for patrons again. Look, what I ought. I may sound like a crazy old man to you.
Why you're leading Cretius on, I'll
Tunnels
never
here are
understand.
solid.
Oh, that
They
sounds
would never
lovely.
collapse like that.
Thank you. Poor Cretius. As the years have passed, it's got... Well, I'm sure my greatest fear is that my stubborn mule of a husband...
careful down
will
there.
end up in the
Mine
same-
can be treacherous.
Be careful out there.
I work for Mogrel. You got a problem, you talk to him. Welcome to the Retching Netch Corner Club, my lord. If you need anything, Master Geldis will be happy to help you.
Gelder Sauter wants you to try his new drink.
Sorry, Geldis won't allow me to drink while I'm working at the Netch. Safe travels. Welcome to the Retching Netch Corner Club, home of the finest Sioux jammer that will ever grace your lips.
Heard any rumors lately?
If you've got gold on your hands, you might talk to Rallis, the Colbjorn Barrow. I've heard he wants to excavate the place.
I'd like to rent a room.
Sure thing. It's yours for a day. I'll show you to your room. Right this way. Let me know if there's anything else you need.
There's nothing beyond the
I
ball,
work for Mogul.
except wild
Got a problem.
noise and
You
ash.
talk to him.
You haven't seen Cretius Corellius, have you? That foolish old man's taken my pickaxe again.
Well, the fossil was simple pickaxe.
No, this isn't just your run-of-the-mill pickaxe. I'm talking about an ancient Nordic pickaxe. They don't exactly grow on trees, you know.
Can't you just get the guard to find Cretius?
I prefer to handle these things on my own. Look, if you see Cretius, tell him to give me that pickaxe back, and I'll pay you for the trouble.
Gelder Sodri wants you to try his new drink.
Perfect. I was just thinking about heading over for a drink. Thanks for saving me the trip.
How did you end up in Ravenraw?
A fine question, and the one that I hear most often from visitors to our town. I wish I had a more romantic tale to tell, but I was simply seeking my fortune and chose Raven Rock to ply my trade. Besides, knowing how to repair bone mold armor wasn't very useful in Riften.
Who taught you that?
I had a friend over there, a dark elf named Van Ryth, a very talented armor smith. Spent a lot of time with the guy swapping smithing techniques. Learned a heck of a lot, including how to repair bone mold. After he moved on to greener pastures, I decided to pack up, move out here, and put those lessons to the test. Been here ever since.
What's an ancient Nordic pickaxe?
It's the only tool tough enough to crack Stalrim, is what it is. Not many of those beauties left in the world. Forging them is a lost art. The one Cretius borrowed came from the Skull village up north. I, traded them some goods for it.
Is Stalrim a type of ore?
Calling Stalrim an ore is like calling my forge a campfire. Some folks say it's enchanted ice, but I think there's more to it than that.
I assume it's rare.
I don't think I've come across more than a chunk or two in my lifetime, and smithing's my trade. If you're looking to learn more, you should head over to the Skull village. Someone there's bound to know more about it than I do.
What have you got for sale?
The finest weapons and armor.
Hold a moment, Mogul.
I'm going to
You tell Cretius.
wear my business attire before I start this.
Better
been
give that
harassing some of the
pickaxe back to
townsfolk.
me.
I'm right behind you.
Oh, come
I
on.
am sworn to carry your burdens.
Hands are clean.
Lead on.
See that they stay that way, or else I'll send you back to Skyrim in a crate.
Blades, helmets, pretty much anything to suit your needs.
That's a good bow. I'm going to buy it and give it to Lydia. It tends to paralyze its target. Oh, he's out of money.
You
Yes,
tell
sir.
Precious he better
Yes,
give that
sir.
pickaxe back to me.
Still
or
here.
else.
I am at your command.
The glass bow, if immobilizing. Chance to paralyze the target for 4 seconds. That's the bow I just bought for Lydia, taking the place of the supple ancient Nord bow, which has no powers. It does 53 damage, and the glass bow, if immobilizing by contrast, does 56 damage. So that's an upgrade of her bow. I see she doesn't have any arrows, so I'll give her some. I'll give her my ebony arrows.
Let's get going then.
I'll give you this warning only once. Stay out of my way, and we'll do just fine. If you're dealing with me, there's only one thing to remember. Pay your debts, or end up hurt.
Gelder Sadri wants you to try his new drink.
Take that swill and pour it down a well. I work for Mokul. You got a problem?
With the Ashbourne threat taken care of, I can give my men the rest they deserve. Well done, friend.
Is it difficult commanding the Veteran Guard?
It can be. Even the most experienced warriors can fall prey to petty distractions. They usually didn't amount to much, but they make my job that much harder.
Petty distractions.
Some of my own men have become quite accustomed to a spirit they called Emberbrand wine. Despise the stuff myself. It's powerful and tremendously addicting. I've seen men fail to finish even a single flask. If I knew where they were stashing the bottles, I'd put an end to it myself.
Oh, I could track down a stash for you.
You would? That would be helpful. I just don't have time to do it myself right now.
Any idea where I can begin?
They're too smart to have left it in the bulwark. I'd search one of the abandoned houses on the outskirts of town.
What's the unusual armor you're wearing?
Ah, this is bone-mold armor. Quite impressive, wouldn't you say? It's fashioned from actual bone, being reinforced with a resin-like material, and then shaped to form the armor plating. It might appear brittle, but I'd wager it could stop the blow of a weapon better than iron or steel.
Who are the Veteran Guard?
All of the soldiers in this town are Redoran Guard. Some of the best warriors that House Redoran has to offer. I've spent quite a few years honing their skills, and I can assure you they're not just your average city guard.
Why have such elite soldiers on this island?
To protect Councillor Morvain, of course. He has quite a few friends on the council back in Morrowind, and they wanted to ensure his safety while he was here. Other than that, I'm not at liberty to discuss it. Find me that stash of wine. I'm itching to be rid of it.
Don't pity me. And don't look at me like
I don't
that.
know what you're playing.
I know what I am.
But something about you just doesn't add up.
Why should I pity you?
Doesn't everyone pity the hopeless? Look at me.
Talking about that,
I'm no better than
I
a
have
beggar.
knack for smelling trouble.
I used to be a
For some
miner.
reason,
A
you
good one, too. I made more gold digging up ore in a month than some people earn in a lifetime. When the mine dried up, I was lost. I have no other trade, so I spend my time drinking my fortune away at the wretched ledge. Or I used to, anyway.
Used to? What happened?
That fetcher Gildis won't even allow me inside. Said I was bad for business. If I want to spend my last bag of coins getting drunk, that's my business. What does he care?
I could talk to him for you.
You can try. If you can get that stubborn mule to let me into the niche, I'll make sure you get what's coming to you.
You appear to be in dire straits. What happened?
I was one of the wealthiest miners in town. I could haul up almost 3 or 4 times what the average digger could. I never saw the end coming like it did. The mine running out of ebony. Unlike most of my fellow miners, I was too foolish to save enough coin for that day. The rest I spent on Sujama to drown my sorrows. Councillor Morvain was kind enough to allow Rurns and I to live in one of the abandoned buildings. At least it keeps the ash out of our eyes.
Yeah, have a gold piece.
Thank you, Outlander.
Gelder Sadri wants you to try his new drink.
The day I refuse Sujama from Geldis is the day I sprout wings and fly off this rock. It might take more than a simple request to change Geldis' mind. It can be quite stubborn.
Spare some coin for a lost soul.
Yeah, have a gold piece.
Bless you, Sarah.
You appear to be in dire straits. What happened?
I was one of the Redoran Guard under Captain Veleth's command. A few years ago, I was out on patrol with 2 other men when we were attacked by some ash spawn. They sprung from the ground with no warning and killed one of my companions instantly. I was so frightened I ran all the way back to Raven Rock. Unfortunately, I'd left the other guardsmen behind and he never made it. Captain Veleth discharged me from service. There isn't a single night that passes where I don't regret what I did. But it's too late for that now.
Gelder Sadri wants you to try his new drink.
No, I can't. It may be poison. Another day of misery.
Assisting the Redoran Guard with the ash spawn attacks has earned you quite the reputation here. Keep it up.
Gelder Sadri wants you to try his new drink.
What? Oh, no, thank you. I need to keep my head clear. I appreciate the help you've been giving us.
Destroying the ash spawn has made it safe for them.
With the ash spawn threat taken care of, I can give my men the rest they
Miserable.
deserve. Well done, friend.
This island's nothing but a
Find me
pile
that
of
special
rubble.
wine.
What's the point trying to make a life here?
You don't like it as old time?
Don't like it. I hate it. Every day it's the same thing. We open a shop, we hardly sell a thing, we close the shop and go to sleep. What kind of a life is that?
Why not return to Morrowind?
Oh, believe me, I'd be on the first ship off this miserable island if I could. But I'm not sure I could do that to my father. I think it would break his heart. We've already lost my mother. I don't want to leave him alone.
How did your mother die?
We lived in a settlement, perhaps a league from the border of Black Marsh, the homeland of the Argonians. Even though the Argonian invasion ended a long time ago, there are still a few scale-skinned clans that live within our borders. To put it simply, they attacked our settlement and slaughtered almost everyone. It was horrible.
Gelder Sadri wants you to try his new drink.
At least my father will let me drink whatever I want without complaining. Tell Geldis I appreciate it. Keep yourself safe. Solstheim's still a dangerous place.
Your actions here.
My husband
have been a
Bendel
blessing
feared
to us.
visitors would shun Raven Rock. I'm glad to see he was mistaken.
Gelder Sadri wants you to try his new drink.
Sure, got nothing better to do. free from danger.
If you ever need apothecary supplies, talk to my wife, Milori. My wife's quite the alchemist. Thanks to her, my ash yams are growing quicker than ever before.
What exactly is ash-grown food?
The Dunmer have been growing food in the ashlands for thousands of years. It was born out of the necessity to survive in the harsh climate of our homeland. And now, with the constant eruptions of the Red Mountain, it's more important than ever.
Is the magic involved?
No. Only the Telvanni have the ability to weave living growth from the ash. This simply takes the right ingredients, the right tools, and a lot of patience.
What'll you give me for these?
Well, take a look at what I have, and maybe we can make a deal.
Gelder Sladry wants you to try his new drink.
Always a pleasure to taste anything Geldis comes up with. Next time you're hungry, stop by. I always have plenty of food for sale. Spare some coin for a lost... No, I can't. It may be poison.
We're one of the same kind, you and I.
Destroying the ash, looking for any potions? Ingredients? Alchemical supplies?
You're selling quite a few exotic ingredients.
Yes, I'm proud to say that I grow or harvest most of it myself. I only wish I had a better source for netch jelly. Those creatures are difficult to track down since it's so dangerous beyond the bulwark.
I could gather some for you.
That would be splendid. I'd be more than happy to give you something for the effort.
Where did you learn your alchemy skills?
After we left Morrowind, we found ourselves in Skyrim. We wandered around a bit and ended up in Morthal, where we took up temporary residence with Lani, the town's alchemist. I was fascinated by her work, and over a period of a few years, she taught me quite a bit.
Why did you leave Morthal?
It wasn't long before we became homesick. We were the only Dunmer in Morthal. When word reached us that a settlement of Dunmer was forming on Solstheim, we were thrilled. It's been difficult, but I'm not regretting it one bit. In fact, I'm glad we've been able to stay and help.
How's Raven Rock needed your help?
As you can imagine, the eruption of the Red Mountain took an awful toll on Solstheim. Hunting for game has been scarce, and the waters are apparently too tainted for fishing. According to Counselor Morvain, my husband's been Raven Rock's most important food source for decades.
What have you got for sale?
Take a look. Careful with those netches. They may look tame, but they can seriously hurt you in prep.
I'm sorry we can't compensate.
Don't pity me.
Not to worry,
And don't
Andrew.
look at me like
I'll
that.
recover my losses
I know
in due
what I
time.
Why?
More
Never
than a
seen a
simple
red
regard
regard.
to church
Sense.
You can be quite stubborn.
Find my
Can't get blood
pickaxe
from a
yet?
stone. As it is,
I need a quicksilver ingot and Stalrim. Make Nordic jewelry.
If you're looking for a smith, you found one of the best.
My husband Bendel feared visitors would shun Raven Rock.
Either you're
Glad to see you made a mistake.
blades, helmets, pretty much anything to suit your needs.
This I can get here. I'll get two. The star amount to find, it'll require an ancient Nordic pickaxe and the ore, and probably some sort of refinement facility. That'll take a bit of questing.
You tell Cretius he better give that pickaxe back to me, or else.
The question here, I'm going to convince the innkeeper to let this woman back into his bar.
Damn ash. Welcome to the Retching Netch Corner Club, home of the finest Sioux jammer that will ever grace your lips.
Why did you ban Bralthadrell from your inn?
Have you seen the poor girl? She's a mess. Oh, she used to be richer than Councillor Morvain, and she's spending it all drowning her sorrow. As much as I love making coin, I can't watch her do that anymore. I won't.
She has the right to do what she pleases.
I suppose you're right. If she wants to spend her life at the bottom of an ale mug, it's her choice. Tell her she's welcome back any time. Rosa may be welcome here again, but I still expect her to pay her way like everyone else.
My husband brings up the
And don't look at me like that. I know.
You're welcome at the Retching Netch anytime.
Well then, I suppose I'm off to do what I do best. Here, this was something I carried around in happier times. Maybe you can find a use for it. Don't waste your life like I did.
She gave me a glass bow of dread. It's good for making people flee.
I could swing a pickaxe better than any man in the mines. Made thousands of coins.
I work for Mogul. You got a problem, you talk. I'll give you this warning only once. Stay out of my way.
It's busier now that things are starting to look up. I guess I might stay a bit longer after all.
Until next time.
Can you sell any special mining gear?
Mining gear? No. However, I used to sell East Empire pendants until I ran out of them. Popular little item.
What's an East Empire pendant?
It's an amulet that was made exclusively for the East Empire Company. They gave them to their workers as an incentive at one point. A kind of reward for extra effort. They're no longer being made, so they've become a collectible. I'd love to get my hands on a few of them.
Where could you find them?
They could be anywhere on the island. The mines might be a good place to start. If you find any while you're exploring Solstheim, bring them here, and I'll pay you for them.
What exactly do you sell here?
The question you should be asking is, what don't I sell here? Because I have pretty much any supplies you might need. If it's not a weapon, potion, or armor, then it's likely that I haven't.
Where did you get all these items?
Jarland, over at the docks, brings me most of my supplies, and the rest comes from bartering with the people in town. Oh, Glover Mallory gets me a few things once in a while. He usually has the most amazing deals that I can't pass up.
Are sales that bad out here?
Bad? What if I told you that you're the first person that's even considered looking at my wares today? I've half a mind to contact my friends at the East Empire Company and see if they need an extra hand in Windhelm.
Your friends at the East Empire Company?
Oh, absolutely. In fact, I've corresponded with Vittoria Vici herself More than once. You know, the lady who runs the East Empire Company warehouse in Solitude. The biggest warehouse they have in Skyrim.
Okay.
Ah, you're just like the rest of the folks around here. Mark my words. The East Empire Company will return to Raven Rock. And when they do, I'll be at the top of their list.
What have you got for sale?
Just what you see here.
I think you have to actually forge that or it doesn't count. Gilded Sadri wants you to try his new drink.
Geldis needs to bottle this up and send it to the mainland instead of wasting his time out here. His drinks are outstanding. Thanks. The East Empire pendants are scattered all over, so leave no stone unturned.
I've got your back. How can I serve you, my Thane? Let's get going then.
It's busier now that things are starting to look up. I guess I might stay a bit longer after all.
Serve House Redoran or serve no?
I'll try this bear. I actually think I just stole that book.
You can go where you please, but
There's nothing beyond the bulwark except wild nords and ash wastes.
Okay, I've got another dragon out here. We change into a war outfit. Actually, the thing is actually dead. Just looks a little bit lively, but it isn't really.
Someone live among the...
Yes, Sirrah?
I heard you were starting an expedition.
Who told you that? Was it Geldis? I told that idiot not to send me anymore.
It probably can't hurt to tell you. You look mostly honest.
The name's Rollis. Rollis Sidaris, out of Morhold.
I've got a financier waiting for me back on the mainland. Sent me here in the interests of obtaining some rare antiquities.
The relics of Arzador.
But this whole thing became a disaster right quick, let me tell you.
What happened?
You come out of the northern ashlands, you don't expect things to go easy, you know. But this was something outside my particular expertise. When I first got to Kolbjorn, you couldn't even see it. Buried in the ash, like most other things on this blasted island. Dug out a pile of the stuff taller than me just to find the barrow. Who knows how much to reach the door. Excavating isn't exactly my specialty. Even if it was, the ash storms fill it in faster than you can live.
Want to hire some of the miners out of Raven Rock?
You think I've got that kind of money? No, I only get paid on delivery. Can't afford to go out of pocket for 1,000 septims on this. Takes money to make money, all that rot. There's a lot of it at the other end. But I can't get there without a little kick to start it off.
So what's the treasure you're after?
You ever hear of Arzador? He was the first great Nord enchanter, maybe even the first human to master elven methods.
His best work was buried with him.
A set that my patron calls the relics are supposed to be down in his tomb.
Now, they're old, and they're powerful. A combination like that makes them pretty valuable to certain people.
And I happen to know certain people.
I've got some money. Are you looking for a partner?
What? Are you serious? Well, I think I could make it work. We can sort out the details of our little arrangement later.
But for now, I'll manage the dig if you can manage the coin.
Do you have the gold?
Of course.
It's all here.
Well then, looks like I have a good bit of work to start on.
I'll head back to Raven Rock and round up some diggers. Once we've got something worth looking at,
I'll send word for you.
Pleasure doing business with you, Arthur.
I'll see you soon.
And now we're going to go north and work on these other quests.
Try the lower sections of the mine. I've never been able to get that far.
Glover wants his ancient Nordic pickaxe back.
The damn fool doesn't even deserve to have it. The pickaxe was made for mining, not selling. I'll bet he stole it from the Skald in the first place.
It doesn't belong to you.
Oh, very well. Here. Tell him I hope he drops the thing on his foot.
Why would you argue with Alfia?
She thinks that old age is out of my mind, that I'm seeing things when there's nothing to be seen. I realize she cares about me, but she has to understand that I can't rest until I find out what happened to Gracia.
Well, she's right and I don't find anything.
Then I'll settle down peacefully and never set foot in this mine again. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time, even before I discovered Gratian's old things. I just hope both of you don't mistake my enthusiasm for insanity. Be careful down there. The mine can be treacherous.
Why you're leading Cretius on, I'll never understand.
Someone live among the dead.
Alright, I'm going to take a break now for 5 minutes. I'll be back at 11:47. Ready to resume. Alright, I'm going to try to descend from here. There's Milius. I don't think he's the god, but I can't quite remember. Kyrelius, Gradian Kyrelius. The first skeleton is Milius. Skeleton is called Milius. Here's Kyrelius.
I've never seen anything quite like that.
Gradian Kyrelius' journal. 30 Rains Hand, 4th Era, Year 10. Received a letter from the East Empire Company today. They say some of the miners broke through the wall in Shaft 3 of Raven Rock Mine and found some ruin. Hope this isn't another waste of time like that fiasco sent me to in Cyrodiil. I gather my assistant Milius and sail back to Raven Rock at first light. Hope I see the old house at Solstheim again. 7-second seed, 4th Era, Year 10. Upon arriving in Raven Rock, was surprised at the number of Dark Elf refugees living in town. They're really from a mining star, but I think they make fine workers one day. Milius and I spent a good part of the day clearing the ash off the roof of my house. The damn volcano is still erupting almost day and night. If it wasn't for the ash covering everything, it would almost look beautiful. 8-second seed, 4th Era, Year 10. Milius and I headed into Raven Rock. Milius and I headed into Raven Rock Mine to have a look at whatever it is the mine has uncovered. I think we'll stop by the old swing and scoop, pick up a few supplies before we head down. Couldn't hurt to be prepared. 9-second seed, 4th Era, Year 10. Looks like the miners broke right through the wall of an old Nordic barrow. I've seen this sort of thing in Skyrim before. Damn Nordic barrow, dotting landscape and all. None of them are ever marked on any maps. Looks like this barrow belonged to someone called the Bloodscout clan. I'm gonna take some rubbing off the inscription on the tomb, see if I can't learn some more information from my history books. 10-second seed, 4th Era, Year 10. It's been a few days. They can't find a single mention of this clan anywhere. Milius and I decided to proceed ahead. We've come to drop down point, but I can see a massive chamber below. Took the better part of a day to lower everything down and climb down the almost sheer drop. 11-second seed, 4th Era, Year 10. It's been an astonishing day of discovery. As we have to exploit the large chamber beyond the drop-off, I was startled to find the strange weapon I ever laid eyes on sitting on a pedestal of sorts. The blade appears to be flawless, emitting a faint, chilling glow. Bits of parchment I found about the chamber seem to call this the Bloodscout blade. Not certain if I should remove it yet. I think I'll sleep on it. 12-second seed, 4th Era, Year 10. I decided against my own better judgment to remove the Bloodscout blade from its pedestal. Milius seems completely against it, but we need to bring this wondrous artifact with us when we find a way out of the barrow. 13-second seed, 4th Era, Year 10. I should have listened to Milius. The moment the blade was lifted, we were set upon by Draugr. Milius fought bravely, but he fell. I was able to destroy the remaining ones, but I was badly wounded. I can barely stand. The only chance of me finding a way out of this place, but I fear that I'm trapped. 14-second seed, 4th Era, Year 10. Exploring has been slow. I can only move for maybe a few minutes at a time before I have to rest. My supplies are running low, and I'm feeling weaker by the hour. The only progress I've made is finding a strange door with markings on it that I've never seen. It appears to be something that I'm missing, as I confounded my attempts at getting through. I'll study this further in order to make any progress. Barely can. Keep awake. I'm fairly certain that the key to the door involved the use of the Bloodscout blade. When swinging the weapon, I noticed a ribbon of mystical energy I've noticed a ribbon of mystical energy emanating from it. I think by swinging the sword in different directions, it's possible to manipulate this ribbon and solve whatever puzzle the door presents. I hope to get well to put this to test soon. Each swing is a huge effort. Last entry. I lost track of time and my strength is fading. I can't even stand anymore. My wound refused to heal. I'm afraid this tomb will become my resting place. If anyone finds this journal, please send these notes to my superiors at East Empire Company. And tell my wife that I love her. May Arcade guide me to my final rest. So we swing this blade in all directions if something happens. Guess I got through. What are you just gonna say? He's a powerful shock spell. They can wear this necklace of shock suppression. Now all the dragon aspect. The final syllable was worm, which I just acquired. Once a day, take on the mighty aspect of a dragon, delivering colossal blows with an armored hide and more powerful shouts. Now I've cleared Raven Rock mod. I just need to leave somehow. I got another black book. This one's called The Winds of Change. I'll take the companion's insight. Your attack shots and destruction spells do no damage to your followers.
Bite of a flea. Get a flea.
Guessing that had no effect on her.
That's all you've got.
Because of my new ability.
here. I am at your command. I'll follow.
to put end to our game.
Is that one of the old ruins?
I go south now and try to wrap this up. Actually, before I try this thing, I'm going to try to go to Skull Village and see if we can dig up some ore. Before I do that, I need to rest at the inn. Some of this mysterious ore is near the... There's some odd ore, Skyrim ore, near Skull Village to eat, which I need to collect, and I'm going to forge it Nordic jewelry to satisfy a quest objective. And I need the ancient Nordic pickaxe to do it. So before I return, I'm going to try and dig up this ore.
I'll give you this warning only once. Stay out of my way, and we'll do just fine.
Always a pleasure to watch when a man like you walks by.
Gelder's Chaudhry wants you to try his new drink.
Well, tell Gelders that Miri says she really appreciates it. But don't stay away for too long.
Azura's wisdom to you, friend.
Miserable.
My husband Vendel fears
Miserable.
visitors would shun
We're one of
Raven
the
Rock.
same kind,
I'm
you
glad
and
to
I.
see he was mistaken.
I'm glad to have met you. Don't pity me. And
Always
don't
nice
look
to
at me
speak
like
to
that.
someone from
With the
I know
Ashbourne
what I
threat
am.
taken care of,
May
I can give my men the rest they deserve.
I'll never
Well done,
support
friend.
trying to make a life.
Your actions here have been a blessing to us all, Sergio.
If you're dealing with me, there's only one thing to remember.
Merkel, you looking for trouble? Stay out of my vessel, crying for a lost soul.
We'll see what happens when I give this guy his pickaxe.
Find my pickaxe yet?
I have your ancient Nordic pickaxe.
So, you finally tracked down old Cretius, eh? Quite a character, isn't he? Tell you what, since you went through all the trouble of finding it for me and all, you keep it.
After all that, why?
I just wanted to remind that codger you can't just go around taking things from other people. Now that you've delivered the message, I'm satisfied. Besides, that pickaxe hasn't done me any good in years. Maybe you can put it to good use.
What have you got for sale?
The finest weapons and armor. Bring your weapons and armor to me. I'll fix it up right.
I could swing a pickaxe better than any man in the mines. Made thousands of coins. Now it's all gone.
If you intend to wander souls,
Haven't you got something better to do?
I'll give you this warning only once. Stay out of my way, and we'll do just fine.
Welcome to the Retching Next Corner Club, my lord. If you need anything, Master Geldis will be happy to help you. Welcome to the Retching Next Corner Club, home of the finest suit jammer that will ever grace your lips.
I'd like to rent your room.
Sure thing. It's yours for a day. I'll show you to your room, right this way. Let me know if there's anything else you need.
Oblivion body. Bound weapons will banish summoned creatures and turn raised ones. Use my bound bow for that purpose now. Use my bound bow for that purpose now.
What the?
You look able to venture outside of town. Perhaps you could help me recover something precious that was lost.
You mentioned that you lost something?
A few months ago, I had sent an important folio to the first edition bookshop in the Imperial City to be rebound. They sent it back to me recently, but it never arrived.
Was it aboard a ship?
Yes, the Strident Squall, or something like that. The damn thing sunk right off the coast of Solstheim. Can you imagine?
How do you know?
One of the sailors survived. Poor thing crawled all the way to Raven Rock on his hands and knees. Before he died, he told the Redoran Guard about the wreck and warned us that it was going to be crawling with reavers.
I'll see if I can find the book for you.
Thank you. You have no idea how much it hurts losing such a precious heirloom. My husband is second counselor. So your efforts in Raven Rock have proven most invigorating for my husband. I haven't seen him this pleased in many years.
Who's your husband?
Admiral Arano, second counselor of Raven Rock. How I hate that title. Damn fool's going to get himself killed over it someday.
You worry much on your husband's behalf.
He's in grave danger, and yet he continues to place himself in harm's way. When I fall asleep at night, all I can do is hope he'll still be there when I awaken. This island was never meant for us. There's too much death here.
Perhaps you should return to Morrowind.
I assure you, if I could convince Admiral to do that, I'd be on the next ship back to Blacklight. Unfortunately, Admiral and Councillor Morvain are very close friends, and they will never abandon one another, despite my feelings.
You haven't told him how you feel.
I'm the wife of a second counselor, and certain things are expected of me. The most important thing is that I stand by Admiral no matter how I feel, and I intend to do that until we get off this miserable rock.
Where are you from, originally?
Admiral and I lived in Blacklight, the capital city of Morrowind. House Redoran has improved Blacklight substantially over the last 1,000 years. Its grandeur rivals that of Mournhold itself. The root spire, where the Council of Great Houses meet, is something to behold.
It sounds like quite a sight.
I haven't seen the city in over 50 years. Even for a Dunmer, that seems like an eternity. Regardless, I hope to return there someday, which doesn't seem likely given my husband's commitment to Councillor Morvain.
Gelisadri wants you to try his new drink.
Oh, how kind. Thank Gelders for me, won't you? My husband is second counselor, so I certainly have the means to reward you if you find my folio.
Welcome to the Retching Net's Corner Club, home of the finest Sue Jammer that will ever grace your lips.
Thank you, Inata Sadri Sujama, as requested.
Perfect. All that's left now is to go ahead and wait for the patrons to come in. As promised, here's a little something for yourself. Come back if you're feeling thirsty. I'll set you up right.
I'll give you this
Just
warning
remember
only
who's
once.
in
Stay out of my
charge.
way. And we'll do just fine.
And you return now to Crescus Cairelius.
You lost? You're back. Please, tell me what you found.
You're right, all along.
Let me see that. Huh, I knew it. Gratian's death wasn't because of a rock fall. It was just a story to keep people away from the tombs. Now that I have his journal in hand, I can get some closure from the East Empire Company. Make them pay for lying to everyone.
Good luck with that.
Thank you. Now, I believe I owe you a little more than a debt of gratitude for all that work you did. Here, it's not much, but it's the best an old retired miner can do.
Are there any other Imperials in Raven Rock?
Those cowards left decades ago. Every single damned one of them. The moment the ebony mine dried up, they pulled up stakes. Ridiculous.
Ridiculous? Why?
Solstheim is still rich in ebony ore. I know there's more down there. I can smell it. I come from 3 generations of miners, and I'm telling you that the East Empire Company was wrong. They just didn't want to spend the coin trying to find it.
Tell me about your family.
Our home has stood in Raven Rock since the colony was founded. Grayson helped build it with his own 2 hands. After Grayson died, he left behind a wife and a son. My grandfather, Relicus. Relicus lived there for quite a long time, working in the other sections of the mine until he was slain by Reavers.
And your parents?
I never knew my father. My mother and I always lived alone. I asked her about him many times, but she seemed angry and refused to speak about him. So eventually, I let it go. When I was old enough, I began working in the mine, hoping to make my fortune and eventually move to the Imperial City.
Then it dried up.
Unfortunately, yes. I only had enough coins saved to send one of us back to the Imperial City. So I sent my mother alone. I wanted her to see her homeland before she died.
And you've been here alone ever since?
Until I met my darling Ephraim, yes. I suppose you could have called me a bitter old hermit. Now I'm just old. Mark my words, Raven Rock isn't finished yet.
I'm going to go now to the Sunstone. Actually, yes, that's about right. Far to the east. I should probably go south first. The dragon skeleton is quite lively. Just gained 10 pounds somehow.
I've got your back. How can I serve you, my Thane?
I'm going to try to take a straight line to my objective from here. I'm going to try to talk to Nelos here. Seems I need Net's jelly. These are little netches. I'm going to try hunting some. That's jelly. I need 2 more. Yeah, I have his nest jelly now.
Why are you out here? Aren't you supposed to be in the tower fighting Master
Won't
Nella?
this summoning work? If you must know, I'm trying to get this Ash Guardian spell to work. Now let me concentrate.
We don't get many visitors. Is there something you need?
What is this place?
Tel Mithrin. It's the home of Master Neloth. You may have heard of him. He's a famous Telvanni wizard.
He lives in a giant mushroom.
In Morrowind, the Telvanni grow buildings from special fungus spores. Master Neloth grew one here to be his home. Don't ask me how.
Are you one of Neloth's apprentices?
No, Talvis is his apprentice. I'm his steward. I manage the day-to-day affairs of Tel Mithrin. Master Neloth has tasked Alenia with repairing the tower.
I don't think you belong. Does Master Neloth know about you?
Are you practicing a spell?
Yes, I'm trying to summon an Ash Guardian. Just having trouble deciphering Master Neloth's handwriting. I don't mean to be rude, but I need to concentrate. The lab is too small. Also, I need the Ashy Sword. Master Neloth knows what
Let me know if you see anything you like.
I've got your back. Lead on.
I don't care if he's a master wizard. He can't treat me like this.
Master Neloth, what did he do?
That fetcher told me to fix his house. If I don't, he'll find a new mycologist who will. Decades of loyal service, and he'd just throw me out like yesterday's breakfast.
What do you need to fix the tower?
3 taproots soaked in the headwaters of the Harstrad River. I'm an old woman. I can't possibly make that trip. It's way too dangerous. If you get some taproots, I'll pay you to dip them in the headwaters and bring them to me.
What can you tell me about the Harstrad headwaters?
It's special to the Spriggans. They seem to like to gather there. Something about the waters attracts them. There are bound to be some there, so be careful.
What do you do for Master Neloth?
I am his mycologist. He may have grown Tel Mithrin by himself, but I nurture it. Mushrooms and fungi are my life's work. When I saw Tel Mithrin, I knew I had to be here. I've learned so much since then.
Did you grow this tower?
Me? No. That's Master Neloth's doing. I wasn't even born then. It's Telvanni magic at its best. He brought the cuttings with him from Morrowind, and used sorcery to grow them.
Did you come here from Morrowind?
Yes. That was a lifetime ago. I was just a young girl when Red Mountain erupted. Master Neloth was already old. My mother put me on a boat to Skyrim. The last time I ever saw her, she was standing on the dock as my ship sailed away.
What do you have for sale?
I probably have some potions around here that might interest you. Mathala cloak you.
Huh? Ashgar. Maybe the book has something.
If you're going to be up here, stay out of my way.
You again? Didn't I see you in Raven Rock?
I hear you know where to find the black books.
You refer to the tomes of esoteric knowledge that old Hermaeus Mora has scattered throughout the world? Is this somehow connected to your search for Mira?
I found a black book. I need to find more.
Found one? Yes. And you read it too, didn't you? Don't try to deny it. You've got the look. I can see it now.
Dangerous knowledge is still knowledge and therefore useful.
Usually turns out to be the most useful, in my experience.
I'll have to know what Mirak knows if I want to stop him.
Now that is a dangerous path indeed. Hermaeus Mora gives nothing away for free. You may end up like Mirak, of course. Too power-mad Dragonborn. It could be very interesting.
You know where I can find another black book?
Oh yes. They're not hard to locate once you know how to look for them. I have one here that I've been using to locate more.
You have a black book.
Yes, I haven't been idle while this fascinating madness engulfed Solstheim. But my book isn't what you're looking for. I'm quite sure it is unconnected with this Mirak. But I do know where to find a black book that can help you.
Do you know where to find this black book? The one connected with Mirak.
Yes, I do. I haven't been able to get it, though. But maybe together we can unlock the secrets the Dwemer left behind.
The Dwemer, what do they have to do with this?
Forbidden knowledge was somewhat of a specialty of the dwarves, eh? You don't think they would just leave it alone, do you? It seems the ancient Dwemer discovered this book and took it to study. I found their reading room in the ruins of Nachardak. The book is there, but it's sealed in a protective case, which I wasn't able to open. But perhaps the two of us together will be able to get at the book. To Nachardak, then. Follow me.
Doesn't even make sense. I'll just ignore that part.
That's how it wasn't stolen by my adversary. Actually, it was. No, it wasn't. I'm going to try this one. Guess it makes me like a dragon.
From that look on your face, I'm guessing you've never seen a Silt Strider before.
No, what is it?
This is Dusty. I personally trained her from a lava. Feels like a lifetime ago now. She hasn't been in traveling condition for quite a while now. I've tried to let her go off on her own, but she insists on staying here.
How do you survive out here?
We get by trading odds and ends with the locals. I've decided to stay here and make sure she passes in peace. It's the least I can do for her. Every once in a while, a local makes it out here, although they usually just want to catch a glimpse of Dusty. Silt Striders are pretty rare now.
About the Silt Striders.
What would you like to know?
Why are they so rare?
The blast from the volcano wiped most of the land. Found Dusty here in a small cave on Vardenfell. Silt Strider cocoons are pretty tough. Safe travel.
Let me go to the sunstone here and try to clean it up.
That we might remember.
Now I'm supposed to go here.
Might pay off my bounty this time. Walking the Raven Rock are free man. She was real distracted when I fought her tonight.
This thing lets me breathe underwater, so I'm just going to wear it to make this swim. Volson, prices are 20% better, carry 20 points more, and can breathe underwater.
I should go back to the heat pockets and Moonhelp, get myself a place on the latest chance for next month's good start. Something you need. Rather done.
Ain't this a surprise?
Ha! Found you! Get on with it.
Here we are, the charter. The book we're after is right inside them. This place was deserted when I was here last.
Where are we headed?
The book is housed in the main dome. I sealed the door the last time I was here, as a precaution against thieves and other meddlers.
What are these black books? Where do they come from?
Hermaeus Mora has always tried to seduce mortals into his service with the lore of forbidden knowledge. Where the black books actually came from, no one really knows. Some appear to have been written far in the past. Others might be from the future. Apparently, time is more malleable if you're the Daedric Prince of Fate and Destiny.
Who is Hermaeus Mora?
If you have to ask that, you'd probably be best leaving his books to wiser heads than yours. Like all Daedric princes, he's not to be trifled with, but he is subtler than most of his work, appropriate for the Prince of Knowledge and Fate. Many scholars and lore masters have been ensnared by the lure of learning the secrets that only Hermaeus Mora possesses. But don't worry, I have no intention of joining them in their endless search through the infinite halls of Apocrypha.
Can you tell me about Morrowind?
It is the only place where silt striders can be found. Although I managed to transplant a few here when I arrived. Shall we get on with it? The Dwemer of Nachardak appear to have been fond of these control pedestals. Luckily, I found a cube to operate it inside on my last visit. I sealed the door I left to keep out ignorant meddlers. Let me unlock it. The book is just in sight. So tantalizingly close. But trust me, no magic will open that. I'd have had the book already if it could. No, we'll have to do this the hard way. If we can restore the steam supply to this room, I'm certain I can open it. As you'll see, that's easier said than done. This way to the boilers. Follow me. The last time I was here, I only explored a small part of the ruins. I was here alone then, and I find an assistant is absolutely essential for this kind of dirty, dangerous work. In Chardak, the city of 100 towers. In its day, it was the largest of the great Dwemer archives, and perhaps the most advanced. In the old stories, when the Nords came to conquer it, it's said that Dwemer submerged the entire city beneath the sea until the invaders gave up. I have my doubts, but the city was a marvel of Dwemer engineering. Now reduced to this. As you can see, most of the lower levels of the city are flooded, but it isn't hopeless. The old Dwemer pumps still seem to work. Watch. But the pumps only operate when a cube is in the pedestal. Unfortunately, they only have one cube. These 4 boilers provide steam to the room upstairs. They're shut down, but they still respond to the control cubes. So, if we can find 4 more cubes, we can turn these boilers back on and restore steam power to the room upstairs. Then I should be able to open the book's protective case. Bring that cube. We'll need it. Yes, here we are. This device shows the location of 4 more cubes in this section of the city. It looks like most of the cubes were moved to the lower levels, perhaps to try to control the flooding before the city was abandoned. Interesting. That would suggest that the city must have originally sunk during the first cataclysm of Red Mountain. Or that the Dwemer's servitors continued to try to preserve the city after their creator's disappearance. 3 of the cubes are through here. This seems like a sensible place to start. You should be able to unseal this door with the control cube I gave you. I hope the rest of the cubes are this easy to find. But knowing the Dwemer, I'd rather doubt it. First, fire! Die! These must be the great workshops of Nacharda. Impressive, even in ruins. In the city's days of glory, it was reputed to be able to assemble a complete automaton in a single day. Much of the Dwemer's army at the Battle of Red Mountain must have come from here. It looks like we'll need to lower the water level to make any more progress.
Okay, I have to quit here. I'm out of time.
I believe these pillars will activate the pumps for this room.
Still here.
Assuming they still work.
I'm at your command.
Okay, I have these two. You can read Death of a Wanderer and Death Brand. Dedicate the Death of a Wanderer. The last time I saw the old Argonian, I was taken by how alive he seemed, even though he was in the throes of death. The secret is that no staying alive, not in running away, but swimming directly at danger, catches it off guard. Is that how you managed to find this claw out, brandishing a small carving for a weapon? I had found it among his possessions, which was helping to live amongst his beneficiaries. Should it also go to your cousin and die from below? As his mouth widened, exposing his fangs. If I had known it was like that, I would think it was snarling, but I knew that to be a smile. He croaked a few times in attempt laughter, but ended up wheezing and coughing and ran his blood spraying across the bed sheets. Do you know what that is? He asked, between coughing fits. I've heard stories, and it's the same as you. Looks like one of the claws for opening the ceiling doors in ancient crypt. I've never seen one myself before. Then you know I would only wish that thing upon a mortal enemy. Give it to my cousin when just being encouraging him to run into one of those barrels and get split by a Draugr blade. For me to have it, then I do. Where did you even get this? My kind can find things that your people assumed were gone, draw something to the bottom of a lake, and a Nord will never see it again. Amazing what you can find along the bottoms. He was staring at the ceiling now, and by the way his wide eyes darted around, I could tell he was seeing his memories instead of the cracked stone above us. Did you ever try to use it? I whispered to him, hoping you'd hear me through his fog. Of course, he snapped, suddenly lucid. His eyes widened and fixed on me. Where do you think I got this? He barked, tearing his tunic open to show a white scar forming a large star-shaped knot in the scales beneath his right shoulder. Blasted Draugr. I got the drop on me, just too many of them. I felt awful as I knew how much he hated talking about the battle he had been in. To him, it was nothing he had survived. Then he started around too, boasting, must sat quietly for several minutes, labored breathing, the only sound. He was the one that raised home. You know what always bothers me, huh? Why do you even bother with the symbols? The what? The symbols he put. Look at the claw. I turned it over in my hand. Sure enough, etched into the face were three animals, a bear, an owl, and some kind of insect. What do symbols mean, dear Kaza? The ceiling door, there's not enough to just have the claw. They're made of massive stone wheel. They must align with the claw symbol before they open. It's a sort of lock, I suppose. But I don't know why they even bothered with them. If you have the claw, you also have the symbol to open the door, so why? He was broken up by a coughing, because most I had heard him speak in his mind. If I could tell how much of a struggle it was. I knew his mind, though, and helped the thought along. Why even a combination if you're going to write it on the key? Why even have a combination if you're going to write it on the key? Exactly, but I lay bleeding on that floor. I figured it out. The Draugr are relentless, but far from clever. Once I was down, they continued shuffling about. No aim, no direction, bumping against one another, the wall. So the symbol of the doors were meant to be another law. This way of ensuring the person entering was actually alive and had a functioning mind. Then the doors were never meant to keep you alive. They were meant to keep the Draugr in. Even thought he fell back asleep. When he woke several days later, he refused to talk about the Draugr at all. We only winced and clutched his shoulder if I tried to bring them up. Next one is Deathbrand. Deathbrand, a pirate's tale. Hackney Deathbrand was dying. For Garrick Windrime, ship's quartermaster, it was unthinkable. His grandfather served under Hackney 60 years before, and even then he was a legend among the pirates of the North. The king of ghosts, they call him, and eternal and pitiless as the sea sailed. To Gar, I could see him charged in a battle-clad armor of gleaming starrim like the kings of old. His twin swords slightly men like grass. Hackney was practically a god. But none feared Hackney more than his own crew. They knew his rages, his fits of madness, had delight in torture and murder for its own sake, and there were even darker rumors. Some said he fed upon the blood-blooded souls of those he killed to extend his unnatural life. Some thought him a danger, loose upon the mortal world, and others said he owed his life and power, his armor and sword, to a pact with Dagon, Prince of Destruction. And he sealed that pact with a terrible wound that scarred his face, never to heal, the Deathbrand, which no man could look upon without flinching. All these things ran through Garrick's mind, and took his place on deck at the head of the crew. Virginia could nod with Thalon, the ship's helmsman, and chief rival. But so now he thought one of them would be a captain, the other would be dead. When Hackney finally emerged from the captain, the crew fell silent. He looked frail, his voice raspy. But even so, he had a presence about him. As he looked over his men, the most brutal murderers ever to fly them received. No one could meet his gaze. At last he said, "We should know will be my successor, and how my share of the treasure shall be divided." That was the question, but even so, there were murmurs of protest. Hackney cut them all. "All these years I looked for one who was worthy to take my place, or strong enough to take it from me. Not one of you even comes close, and so none of you shall have it." He extended his hand. "In Dagon's name I place a curse upon my armor and upon my sword, this ship and all it carries. Until the day when one of you can best me in combat, you shall have not a single coin." He looked up at them. "Be grateful I've left you with your lives." Garrick and Thalon shared a single glance. Had anyone else said such a thing, there would have been a mutiny. 100 treasure-mad pirates against one old man. But this was Hackney. The crew was silent. Hackney threw a map at Garrick's feet. "Garrick, take a longboat and bury my armor in the places I have marked. Thalon, we sail to my tomb where you shall leave me with my gold. Then burn your ships and do as you will. I am your captain no more." And with that he turned and stalked back to his quarters. At daybreak, Garrick took his leave and set out in a longboat with three of his men led on a shoal to the north of Solstheim at the place Hackney had marked, made camp, and began to dig. Rudderly greed stirred in Garrick's heart. Time and again he glanced at the iron-bound chest they had brought with them. The old man was gone, perhaps already dead. His orders? Foolish. That night Garrick pried open the chest and drew out the helm within. The star shimmered in the moonlight. It was time. Time for new king ghosts to ride. He placed the helmet on his head, and he screamed. And in his head you can hear that screaming still, on a moonlit night, on a rocky shore off the northern coast of Solstheim. Postscript. This story is one of the last in the Hackney saga, the tale surrounding the life and adventures of the legendary pirate king Hackney Deathbrand. How much of it is actually true, if indeed any of it is true, I leave it to the reader's discretion. Artist Drellin, House Ritter and Scribe. Artiste Drellin, House Ritter and Scribe. Alright, I'm David E. from Larkin, and I'm done for today. This is a Wednesday, July 15th, 2026. I'm going to return on Friday, July 17th, beginning at 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. But that's all for now. Goodbye.